Oh, ate me alive back there.
Where'd you come?
Do you remember the name Heracles? The greatest half-god hero of the surface, slayer of the Nemean lion and so on?
Not really. But I hear the other shades go on and on about him every now and then. Why do you ask?
I encountered him. He's as big as they say, that much is sure. He has such a storied past. I thought maybe you'd recall one of the tales.
Well, you thought wrong, my friend.
You're back. Your companion Dora, she's a lively one, especially for her age. Most of the dead grow quite lethargic over time, although I suppose things have been more eventful recently.
Dora seems to be quite intrigued by you, Lord Moros. Call it a morbid fascination. You mention her age. She doesn't seem to have any recollection of such details. But you can just tell.
I have my ways. Dora is, well, she's not the eldest one here, though she's been around longer than most. That much is safe for me to divulge.
Huh.
From the shadows.
What to cast? As bearer of the fated arms of night, I seek their aspects, hidden from my sight.
Carefully said.
Essences of shadow to the surface rise. This'll take a little while. I'd not expected Lady Medea to be stationed in Ephira still, Headmistress. To think even a witch of her experience wasn't able to prevent the city's fall.
It was not her responsibility to try. Medea was there to blend with the locals. It seems she's even more successful at it now, with most of them deceased. I trust she aided you in her own way.
That she did, yes. What do I need? Here you are.
What now?
So just how much trouble are you in for mouthing off to Headmistress Nem? That was utterly disrespectful, even for you.
Well, looks like I've got a lot more guard duty ahead of me. But it was worth it. Help balance out you sucking up to her all the time.
It figures you have no ability to distinguish between basic courtesy and what you call sucking up.
You're just a tool to her, you know.
Odysseus on leave. The silver pool reacted to my spell. So much to choose from now. Where to even begin? Grant me the aspect of Circe.
A witch most powerful.
Grant me the aspect of Momus.
I bet it's pretty good.
The aspects of the nocturnal arms. Grant me the aspect of Artemis.
She knows her blade.
Descura, awaken.
Oh, something's going on back there.
One to keep track of. Such power hides within.
We'll see. Pretty much I follow, so I'm gonna be using that because that means I'll get more resources. If I use this one.
I'll find more bones with this.
Gotta get the bones. Oh.
Adequate.
Look at him all peaceful. Not a care in the world. Could you imagine?
He's beautiful. He has this wisdom about him. Even asleep. Nyx must have taught you all so much.
Not really. Hypno served in the House of Hades under Mother's care. Ran into him now and then, though. He ever wakes up? Hope I can be there when you finally meet.
Thank you, Nem. Here we go. Death to Kronos.
Rack me brain about those fancy silver weapons of yours. Trying to sort out who exactly could have made such things. Or when. They're the nocturnal arms, ain't they? Meant only as a last resort, but here we are, I reckon.
My silver's come alive. Lost souls, I'll lead you to your graves. Perish. I draw you down, O moon. Lend me your light.
To have lived all your life in Misty Erebus, the world is so much vaster than that place. You shall see much more of it, I think, ere your task is complete. Look forth. Total eclipse. Something of value there.
Such a good one. It's like one of my favorite.
Answer my call. Queen Hera.
yourselves decided it. Now Kronos seeks to overthrow our reign? He already had his opportunity to rule. There is no going back to how things were.
Sure.
Rest your wings.
Arachne's
so tired
fineries.
flying to and fro. Hello again. So then the gods above are helping you, aren't they? Though why do I even ask? I already know. I've seen these woods light up with all their multicolored messages.
It's true. Olympus and I share a common goal. For the Titan of Time threatens us all. I should have told you, it's just... I didn't know what to say.
So the fates got me again. I may be a better weaver than all the gods combined, but those three beat me every time. Though don't worry, I won't turn my abdomen on you, even if the gods will benefit. Woven with care.
To chaos. Just me. I can't.
Once there was darkness all throughout the underworld, but now Kronos works to reshape the realm to suit his preferences. However, there shall always be darkness here in this space, and I have made it visible to you.
Pure darkness. I'm grateful for this gift. Some bones. Hail, Chaos.
Within the silence of the infinite abyss lies infinite possibility. The limitless and unseen building blocks of all that has ever been conceived, and all that shall ever be.
It's really quite a lot. By the will of chaos. Chaotic might. My boon from chaos came alive.
Which one? Sure.
My flames ignite.
If only you could see my fields in the morning sun, shining brighter than any gold you shall ever find. Such metals ought to remain within the earth.
I did encounter her, my lord, and I thank the fates Seleni's light is visible in Erebus, for I know she cannot shine much farther past the edge of this realm. And you as well. Until we meet again.
There you are. Decided to take a break from all your recent outings to the surface, have you now?
There's much to be done, both above and below. You always say the greatest teacher is out there, but I always seem to find her here.
I taught you nothing of such flattery. One of Odysseus's tricks, perhaps. Let's see what others you have learned.
Chaos fights.
Into the fray, sisters. Beware. How about this?
My dress.
Ah.
Simple to evade, that one. continue to grow, whilst I continue thusly testing you.
A gift.
Something nearby.
Let me help you. Be at peace. Kronos.
Granddaughter.
The sheaf.
I was beginning to think I had successfully dissuaded you. When it came to my attention, you were trespassing some other place instead. You dared venture above.
I've seen your work up there firsthand. To have unsealed the very gates of hell and brought disaster to mortals who've nothing to do with your petty vendetta.
You speak of the bedraggled city of Athera, which once stood in sycophantic tribute to your upstart father. Perhaps what mortals yet remain there shall think twice next time before they put their faith in gods.
Coward. Out of my sight. Oh, that was chaos. The water spouts.
As you wish.
Desolation.
Love you, man. I ever tell you that? Oh, yeah, I did. You know I did. Here we go again.
Don't you get lonely sitting here, staring into those waters? Especially in a place like this?
Lonely? I don't know the meaning of the word. I have the best company you could ever ask for. Me. Sure thing.
Got it. Why, hello. Thanks. Fit for a queen. Vaporized.
thus you have risen.
The end of the path. Interlopers. Can't go full blast. Jump.
Oh man.
Darn it. Kid, you're way too excited using that. Oh man.
Hideous thing. Lost too much blood. Right now. Special delivery.
No way you could have already stopped Strax by now, but going after him right when you did, you're buying us some time to put a little wrinkle in his plan. So cheers.
Let's pick up the pace.
Ready to do game? Alright. We use yours. That cool. Hmm. All right. Darn it! And I wonder if I got skipped. Funny. People say that more about cats. But you're like, can't trust dogs. Can't, never, ever, ever, ever. Let me know when you're ready to read.
This is the Titan's fault. Death to Kronos.
You ready to read? All right. All right, Battle Project or read. Let's read. Let's do it. Feels so good to get back into First, Second Kings. Yeah, the Kings. You know, we modern time separated as First, Second Kings, but they were just considered together. Christ, you're amazing. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for just holding on to history so that we have something to look back into whenever we are tempted to compromise, to find good and bad on our own, to treat our neighbor enmity, with all the challenge, even with our friends and family, where we want to seize righteousness for our own, seize control and terror for our own. That you took our terror, you let the terror water on you, and you defeated death, so we don't have to fear death. We don't have to fear suffering as we care and love our neighbor. There's no better story, no better God than you are, no better ancient work of antiquity. We thank you. So as we read the writings of the ancients, please show us what it means to them, and also in the light now of your 2,000 years after your death and resurrection. And as the church is moving on, we are advancing, caring and loving the other. Amen. In the third year of Hoshea, son of Elah, king of Israel, Hezekiah, son of Ahaz, began to reign as king of Judah. He was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Abi, daughter of Zechariah. He did what was upright in Yahweh's eyes, in accordance with all that David, his ancestor, has done. He was the one who removed the high places, broke up the columns, cut down the Asherah, and crushed the bronze snakes that Moses had made. Because until that time, the Israelites had been making offerings to it. It was called the bronze. It was on Yahweh, the God of Israel, that he relied. After him, there was no one like him among all the kings of Judah, or that were before him. He stuck to Yahweh. He did not turn from following him, but kept the commands that Yahweh had issued Moses. Yahweh was with him. Wherever he went out, he was successful. But he rebelled against the king of Assyria and did not serve him. And he himself struck down the Philistines as far as Gaza and its borders, from the lookout towers to the fortified city. In the 14th year of King Hezekiah, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, came up against all the fortified cities of Judah and took them. Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent to the king of Assyria at Lachish, saying, I have offended. Turn from me. What you put upon me, I will bear. The king of Assyria required Hezekiah, king of Judah, 300 talents of silver and 330 talents of gold. Hezekiah gave him all the silver that could be found in Yahweh's house and in the treasuries of the king's house. The king of Assyria had sent the Tartan, the Rabsaris, and the Rabshakeh from Lachish to King Hezekiah in Jerusalem with a large force. Eliakim, son of Hilkiah. Okay. The king of Assyria has sent the Tartan, the Rabsaris, and the Rabshakeh from Lachish to King Hezekiah in Jerusalem with a large force. Eliakim, son of Hilkiah, who was over the household, Shebna, the scribe, and Joah, son of Asaph, the recorder, went out to them. The Rabshakeh said to them, you should say to Hezekiah, the great king, the king of Assyria, has said this. What is this reliance on which you rely? You say to yourself, just the words of someone's lips are strategy and strength for battle? Now on whom do you rely that you have rebelled against me? Right. You are now relying for yourselves on the support of this broken reed on Egypt. When someone leans on it, goes into his palm and pierces it. That's what Pharaoh the king of Egypt is to all the people who rely on him. But if you say to me, we rely on Yahweh our God, isn't he the one whose high places and altars Hezekiah has removed? Is it now without Yahweh that I have come up to this place to destroy it? It was Yahweh who said to me, go up to this country and destroy it. And don't listen to Hezekiah when he deceives you, saying, Yahweh will rescue us. Did the gods of the nations, any of them, rescue his country from the hand of the king of Assyria? So they came to Hezekiah with their clothes torn and told him the Rabshakeh's words. So you have... Hey, sweet Q. So you have Hezekiah, who's ruling over Judah. And he's actually doing what's right. He's making some weird political alliances. And then here Assyria is like, I'm the big bad, serve me instead of looking to Egypt. And then he also says something which is scary. It's like, you think your God will save you? You think Yahweh will save you? You know what happens when people test Yahweh, right? Yeah. Usually involves... When my sons were babies, we would play trust exercises with them, though I'm not sure whether we or they realized this was what we were doing. They will leap from some height, such as a wall, knowing that father and mother will catch them. As little children, if we have reason to think our parents are trustworthy, we probably find this easy. Growing up, we discover that not everyone is trustworthy, and we may hesitate to jump. As a psychiatrist, my wife used to get people to do formal trust exercises, which will involve getting a patient to fall backwards into the arms of someone else. In doing that, there is a moment when you reach the point of no return. If you let yourself go beyond that point, you are not going to be able to stop your fall. You have made a commitment and are absolutely dependent on the person who says he or she is going to catch you. You have to trust that you can rely on this person. That is Judah's position and Hezekiah's position as its leader. At first, you get the impression that Hezekiah is unequivocally a great guy, but then the portrait becomes a bit mistier. Maybe it's appropriate that he is described as someone whose great uprightness compares with David, because David was actually a somewhat ambiguous person. The people who read the Bible are divided into those who find it helpful to have stories of great heroes who can be an inspiration and flawed heroes who can be an encouragement. And the Bible meets both. And the Bible meets both needs in the way it describes its heroes. So Hezekiah is more radical in his commitment to Yahweh than any other Judahite king so far. He is the first king to close down the high places as well as to destroy the pillars associated with Canaanite-style worship and the Asherah. You can read about the origin of the bronze snakes in Numbers 21. It has started off as a sacramental means of God's healing people, but it had become something more like an idol for people. As well as being wise in religious matters, Hezekiah was also initially successful in military and political affairs. His campaigns against the Philistines were likely part of his preparation for standing up to Syria. But his rebellion against Assyria was a disaster. It provoked the Assyrian king into attacking Judah in 701 BC. Sennacherib recorded his own account of the invasion and an inscription in his capital, Nineveh. So here we have an actual, we have the Bible's account, but here in the capital Nineveh, we actually have someone else who's given the account of the invasion on Judah. He speaks of besieging and taking 46 of Hezekiah's fortified cities, which ironically gave over to the Philistines, and taking huge amounts of plunder. Hezekiah he shut up in Jerusalem like a caged bird. In 2 Kings 18, I take verses 13 to 16 as a summary of the event. What follows then gives us the details. But while it's easy in principle to relate the story to Assyrian records, it's hard to disentangle pure history from a story designed to bring home a message about trust in God. It's not clear whether Hezekiah had no business rebelling against Syria, as his successors had no business rebelling against Babylon. What is clear is that the rebellion triggered the great spiritual, religious, and political issue Hezekiah had to face, as well as the quality that makes him a hero. It was on Yahweh, the God of Israel, that he relied. In this chapter, I have translated the word as rely, though elsewhere it is translated as trust. In the books of Kings, the verb trust or rely came for the first time only in the previous chapter. Ephraim did not trust in yet God. It comes from the second time in the opening commendation of Hezekiah, just quoted. And it runs through the confrontation between the Assyrians and the Judahites that dominates this chapter. Sennacherib is besieging Lachish, Judah's biggest city after Jerusalem. Lachish is down from the mountain chain where Jerusalem stands, down in the western foothills, nearer the trade routes and those Philistine cities, and guarding a route up into the mountains. As his inscription implies, he succeeded in taking the city. Indeed, he erected a commemoration of this particular achievement in his palace in Nineveh. While he is doing so, he sends off some of his lieutenants to give Hezekiah notice that the pincer is tightening. Jerusalem is the only remaining obstacle to the complete subjugation of Judah. It'll be wise to surrender now. Sennacherib knows that Jerusalem will be his biggest challenge, located as it is in the mountains in a good defensive position. He'll save himself a lot of trouble if he can get Hezekiah to surrender, and Hezekiah will get off more lightly than if he makes Sennacherib use up resources on what might be a long siege. In the lieutenant's argument, the word trust or rely plays a key role. The question, what are you relying on, is a telling one. Isaiah 30-31 makes clear that Judah was relying on Egypt as an ally when they rebelled against Syria. Isaiah points out theological considerations that make this a stupid policy. The Assyrians point to political considerations. The Judahites behaving as if they think that the words of the Egyptians can be relied on and thus can be the key to military victory. It's not so. Without realizing it, the Assyrians speak a prophetic word to the Judahites. Suppose the Judahites are doing what we know they are supposed to do and are relying on God. The Assyrians' argument is then rather clever. What about the fact that Hezekiah has destroyed so many of God's sanctuaries in Judah, that is, the high places? Does that mean he can still rely on God? Their next argument is even clearer. It was God who sent the Assyrians on this expedition. They are God's agents. It is as if the lieutenants have read Isaiah, because Isaiah says exactly this. Assyria is a club that God wields in order to bring chastisement on Judah. So far, they have not made a single error, but then they make a calamitous mistake. So here, they're actually saying everything right, the Assyrians. But here now the overstep. Even if God wanted to rescue Judah from Sennacherib, would he be able to do so? Have the gods of the other nations rescued him from Assyria? It is a calamitous mistake because it reveals that Sennacherib uses God talk only as a way of trying to manipulate people. He doesn't actually believe that God is active in the world in a way that could affect him. At least he doesn't believe this about Yahweh, the God of Israel. The Judahite leaders return to their king in horror as Sennacherib's blasphemy. But in reality, the blasphemy is good news. Surely Yahweh cannot resist the temptation to put Sennacherib in his place. All right, you want to read another section of Brawl Project? Oh. You want to throw that away?
Paul's letter to Titus. Titus was a Greek follower of Jesus who was for years a trusted co-worker and traveling companion of Paul's. He had helped Paul in a number of crisis situations in the past, and in this letter we discover that Paul had assigned him the task of going to Crete, a large island off the coast of Greece, to restore order to a network of house churches. Now, Cretan culture was notorious in the ancient world. One of the Greek words for being a liar was kretidzo, to be a Cretan. These people were infamous for treachery and greed. Most of the men on the island had served as mercenary soldiers to the highest bidder, and the island cities were known as being unsafe, plagued by violence and sexual corruption. However, the island of Crete had many strategic harbors, and they serviced cities all over the ancient Mediterranean Sea. And so, from Paul's point of view, Crete was the perfect place to start a network of churches. Now, we don't know the details, but somehow these churches came under the influence of corrupt Cretan leaders. They said they were Christians, but they were ruining the churches. And so Paul assigned Titus with the task of going there to set things straight, and this letter provided the instructions. It has a pretty straightforward design. After a brief introduction, Paul gives Titus clear instructions about his tasks in the church. He then offers guidance about the new kind of household, and then about the new kind of humanity that the gospel could create in these Cretan communities. Paul then closes the letter with some final greetings. So Paul opens the whole thing by reminding Titus that his message as an apostle is about the hope of eternal life, that is, the life of the new creation, that is available starting now through Jesus the Messiah. And this hope was promised long ago by the God who does not lie. Now, this little opening comment introduces an important theme underlying the whole letter. One of the problems in the Cretan churches was that they had assimilated their ideas about Jesus, the Christian God, to their ideas about the Greek gods that they grew up with, specifically Zeus, their chief god. Cretan people claimed that Zeus was actually born on their island, and they loved to tell stories and mythologies about Zeus's underhanded character. He would seduce women and lie to get his way. And Paul wants to be really clear. The God revealed through Jesus is totally different than Zeus. His basic character traits are faithfulness and truth, which means the Christian way of life will be about truth also, which will be a real change for these Cretans. So Paul then addresses Titus with a twofold task. He says the first one is to appoint new leaders for each church community, a team of what he calls elders, mature husbands or fathers, whose way of life is totally different from Cretan culture. They're to be known for integrity, total devotion to Jesus, for self-control and generosity, both in their families and in the community at large. And these new leaders are to teach the good news about Jesus and replace the corrupt leaders who need to be confronted. That's Titus's second task. Paul identifies the teachers as those of the circumcision. In other words, they were ethnically Jewish Cretans who said that they followed Jesus, but similar to the problems in Galatia, these people demanded that non-Jewish Christians be circumcised and follow the laws of the Torah if they really wanted to become followers of the Jewish Messiah. Paul says that they're obsessed with Jewish myths and human commands, and to top it off, they're just in the church leadership business to make money. And so Paul, in a brilliant move, he pulls a quote from an ancient Cretan poet, Epimenides, who was very frank and honest about the character of his own people. He said Cretans are always liars, vicious beasts, and lazy gluttons. They blur the lines between true and false, between good and evil, and they're just in it for the money. And so while these leaders claim to know God, their Cretan way of life denies him. They have to be dealt with. And this leads Paul into the next section. Because of these corrupt leaders, many Christians in these churches now have homes and personal lives that are a total wreck. And 3 different times, Paul highlights the result of all this. The message about Jesus is discredited. Their non-Christian neighbors now have good cause to make evil accusations. And all of this makes the teaching about God, our Savior, totally unattractive and not compelling to anybody. So Paul paints a picture of the ideal Cretan household that is devoted to Jesus. It would be elderly men and women who are full of integrity and self-control, so they can become models of character to the young people. And the young women shouldn't be sleeping around and avoiding marriage, as was fashionable on Crete at the time, but rather they should be looking for faithful partners so they can raise stable, healthy families. And the young men are to do the same. They're to be known as productive, healthy citizens. Christian slaves on Crete were in a unique position because we know that because of the gospel, they were treated as equals in Paul's church communities. However, there was a danger that they would use that equality as license to disrespect their masters and then become associated with slave rebellions, which would further discredit the Christian message. You can see Paul negotiating a fine line here. He believes that the gospel about Jesus needs to prove its redemptive power in the public square if it's really going to transform Cretan culture. And that's not going to happen through social upheaval or by Christians cloistering away from urban life. The Christian message will be compelling to Cretans when Christians fully participate in public life, when their lives and homes look similar on the surface. Because after a closer look, their neighbors will discover that Christians live by a totally different value system out of devotion to a totally different God. And that's the difference that Paul beautifully summarizes at the end of chapter 2. He says the value system driving the Christian way of life is God's generous grace, which appeared in the person of Jesus and will appear again at his return. This grace was demonstrated when Jesus gave up his honor to die a shameful death on behalf of his enemies, so that he could rescue and redeem them. And it's that same grace that calls God's people to say no to corrupt ways of life that are inconsistent with the generous love of God. Paul then zooms out from the Christian household to a vision of Christians living like new humans in Cretan society. Of all people, Christians should be known as the ideal citizens, peaceable, generous, obedient to authorities, known for pursuing the common good. But this is really different from how Cretans grew up. How are Christians supposed to sustain this countercultural way of life? And Paul believes the power source is the transforming love of the three-in-one God announced in the gospel. And he explores this with a really beautiful poem. He says, God's kindness and love are what saved us, despite ourselves, so that through the Holy Spirit, God washed and rebirthed and renewed people, and through Jesus has provided a way for people to be declared right before him. And all of this opens up eternal life. That is, a new future in the new creation. This living story is so powerful, it can produce new kinds of people. Paul's convinced that Spirit-empowered faithfulness to the teachings of Jesus will declare God's grace all over the island of Crete and all over the world. Paul concludes by promising to send backup for Titus, either Artemis or Tychicus, and then he says hello to their common friends. And so the letter ends. The letter of Titus shows us Paul's missionary strategy for churches to become agents of transformation within their communities. It won't happen by waging a culture war or by assimilating to the Cretan way of life. Rather, he calls these Christians to wisely participate in Cretan culture. They need to reject what's corrupt, but also embrace what's good there. If they can learn to live peaceably and devote themselves to Jesus and to the common good, Christians will, in his words, show the beauty of the message about our saving God. And that's what the letter to Titus is all about.
All right, so what's the letter of Titus? Ooh. Boop, 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 boop. You know, what's interesting is we are playing, I'm playing a game as about ancient Greek mythology. And so in Cretan, they'll say Zeus is from there and he was like a troublemaker. When it gets into the troublemaker, it's okay for us to be troublemakers. And so here it's like he just starts off like slinging rocks going, God does not lie. He is nothing like these guys that you guys were worshiping. And then, so now the whole goal is be counterculture. You know what counterculture means? So like imagine, so in our culture, it's okay, let's say it's okay to just drive by someone who's asking for help. Counterculture is stepping and being with them. It's the things that are unfamiliar and selfish. It's a good way. And it's not the technical way of counterculture, but that's how we'll explain it for right now. Counterculture is pretty much doing that one do, but doing the opposite of what everyone else is doing. All right, friend. I think we can start.
Be not afraid. Be free.
My greetings.
In the name of Hades. Cold comfort.
Usually, our songs are to die for, but lately we don't get a lot of company. Oh, you wouldn't know anything about that, right? Because somebody's been smearing our good name.
Your reputation is yours to build or ruin. Doubt anyone I know has even heard of you besides.
Come on, gals. Let's go all out again before the crowd shows up. And they're going to show up. I just know it.
Come on, sailors, hear my music. We're going to see the gold. We are going. Join the seeming race below. Down, down, king of all the cold crowd. Down, down, save your breath, 'cause tonight you're gonna drown. Gods and witches cannot tame. Curses are my endless muse. All who hear me, prince or pauper, this shall be their final proof. Down, down, king of boys with the cold crown. Drown, drown, save your breath, 'cause tonight you're gonna come to me, my tasty boy. Hit me one time.
Darn it.
We're stealing the sirens, everybody!
What is her problem?
Hey, you know, Mel, you can be a bit uptight sometimes. Where'd you even get that from? Even that witch is more relaxed than you.
Savage.
Look, I'm under a lot of pressure right now, all right? Everybody's counting on me to literally kill time. So I would like this tent to be an orderly place, seeing as I'm having to return so often.
And I can... $400.
So what? Killing time's my specialty. Don't see me getting all worked up.
Ugh. Another prophecy. So it is written.
Looky who!
Looks like Eris is back. Look, you're right, I've never known what it was like before Kronos returned. You keep insinuating it was worse than now. How so?
Already told you, babe. Your father, my mother, whole inner circle, they got off bossing everyone around. Didn't give me space to spread my wings. Bunch of Olympus wannabes, but with mood lighting.
So you prefer living in a state of total disorder and constant mayhem to living under a principled set of rules?
That's a really good way to put it.
Sister Selene.
Together we shine.
Oh, little star. During such phases, I remain unseen in the night sky and can enjoy a moment's rest. So let us speak a little more. Although I fear that speaking starts to drain me of my light. How fares the task?
Great Selene, I am honored by your presence here. The task proceeds at pace, I think. Although, as you well know, we have much left to do. I'm grateful you've been watching over me.
And I am grateful for the opportunity. I am the Eye of Night, but you, I think, have come to be her sword. Until we see each other once again under her veil.
Farewell till then. Some shadow. I know. Another shipment already. Trade you. Don't have the bones. To all my beast companions, near and far, let us protect each other, soul and scar.
Yes.
Witch's delight. It's a pity we've so little opportunity to speak, Lord Charon. Though I'm grateful to be seeing you more frequently of late. Right on time. should be here soon enough. O altar of ashes beneath which I stand, fulfill your true purpose that I know firsthand.
You've done it.
Moondust.
Tis fortunate your father's realm is vast indeed, that you may circumnavigate it at the edge of Oceanus, where our enemy is relatively weak.
If we cannot pass directly through Elysium, then we shall make what way we can. Though the fiends that lurk the border of the sea care not for my presence.
God-hating monsters with salt in their veins. The seas covering the world's surface just were not enough for them. Sunken chambers they occupy have not yet fallen to Kronos, at least.
Up and about?
You've known Headmistress quite a while, haven't you? Where did you meet? I always wanted to ask.
Well, all I can say is that I was alone. At the end of one life and the start of another. Lost. She appeared before me then in all her splendor, and she revealed to me a path I hadn't seen.
That all sounds very figurative. Were you already dead?
I was. She told me she could grant me a new life. She needed a tactician knowledgeable of the surface. I thought, who am I to turn a goddess down? I followed her. It's been a while now.
A good while, I'm sure.
All clear.
Strictly business between you and Lord Charon, isn't it? Never seen you speak, except about his wares. At least you're providing him with gold.
You might technically have a brother, but you don't know what it's like having one around. Charon doesn't like to talk. I respect that.
Truly? He never seems to mind speaking with me in his way.
Maybe it's 'cause you're special.
Born of chaos. My altar's all charged up. I see it now. Jot it down. Grant me the aspect of Thanatos.
Oh, that guy, huh?
The silver pool. How about... Zorafet. Thanatos.
To all of you just joining up, welcome. What a chat. Something transpired with the silver puddle back there, I could tell, young one. You're doing, perchance, that of the fates themselves.
I've revealed in the pool the aspects of the nocturnal arms. Not their true forms exactly, but different ones, with their own great power.
Ah, the nocturnal arms. Your brother, he once used their counterparts, and those ones too turned into other stuff. Well, if you need to test your newfound strength, I'm here.
I know it, Commander. Athera awaits. Headmistress, guide me.
As you set forth, I bid you do as does the shark, my niece. Surely you know the shark? A hunting fish that swiftly surges ever forward in relentless pursuit of its prey.
The strength of the sea. Looks almost peaceful from afar. Strike true. I bid you shine for me again tonight.
You wield the Moonstone Axe, whose broad blade shimmers with my light. Then you must hear the song it sings. Such strength, combined with yours. Behold my light. Phase shift.
Into Athera. The main square. Another pylon. you the way. See you in the crossroads? The air feels different now. Show me the surroundings. A champion of Kronos. Your soul be damned, traitor. A wave of power. The barrier's lost some of its strength. Not now.
O wandering dead, you cannot find your peace. Peace, sorceress. Ah, the sorceress returns. Not had your fill of this putrescent atmosphere? Or merely not succeeded yet in breaking the Titan siege?
Not succeeded yet. Kronos can replenish his forces as quickly as Olympus can repel them. Have you found any weaknesses in their ranks?
They cannot be permanently slain, are barely susceptible to my most noxious poisons, and are single-minded in their devotion to the Titan Lord. Any of those sound like weaknesses? Oh, I like that one.
Thank you. Let's have a look around. Just a couple of these left. Last one. All right.
The city of Athera burns, but it's not entirely my fault. Flames are like a tool, I suppose. One of those things requiring precaution on one's part. Lose something in a fire. Sorry, can't help you with that. Oh my.
Hi. For me.
I located something.
In the name of Hades. Fired up.
Things are about to turn ugly, and I require neither assistance nor witnesses, sister.
I'm passing through, and I'm not leaving here until the traitors to the House of Hades lie broken at our feet.
Fine then. We'll each earn our share. Though the lion's share is coming with me. Stay out of my path. You earned your share.
Lord Charon will want this.
You live by my graces, granted, but first I've seen somebody stand against the filth that's overtaken this accursed town.
I aim to cleanse the filth down to the source. He resides deep in the underworld, though I've business to attend to on Olympus first.
What a coincidence. I just returned from there not long ago. So the gods are putting all the pieces into place. You watch yourself, sister. I go.
You sprang forth from underneath that gloom onto our world's surface, have you, Flower? If you mean to visit our mountain, merely follow the path of desolation leading straight to us.
I see something of use.
Look upon me. Finished here. Okay. Let's get the lay of the land. Well, this was lovely. Here's the gold.
Chiefing your business on behalf of my erstwhile professional associate there. Feels good to be working together with that one again. You tell him I said,
Good evening, boatman. Polyphemus.
I never forget a scent, you know. And you got something that's familiar to me from way back when. I know those bones. Nobody had them before you.
You must mean these knuckle bones. If they've ever been a source of ill fortune for you before, then perhaps you know what's coming.
Nobody's your pal, is that what you expect me to believe? Then first I'm gonna crush you all bones, and then I'll eat them. And those knuckle bones too. I'll find you. Here's some of my pals.
cold. Some wool.
If once this was a pasture in which livestock grazed and roamed, now little evidence of this remains. Only the mud and half-burnt vestiges of a more peaceful time.
Polyphemus should be tending to this place. Should work. The docks. If this treat is to your liking, then it means we share a bond. We do. Your name is Tula, isn't it? Let us protect each other from now on. Meet me in the training grounds. Some of these golden coins. To the next vessel.
Beginning attack run.
What? Icarus? What are you doing here? Got another.
Evening.
Nicely done.
It's really you. Before you say anything, I know I'm not supposed to be here, but I spotted this ship and I had to drop in for a closer look. And now I'm going to take off. So let's pretend this never happened, hey?
Hold it right there, Icarus. I'm not about to let you just fly out on me again without a chat, at least. To start with, what are you doing in the middle of this blasted war?
The same thing I've been doing. Slowing these bastards down. If everyone like me pitched in a little bit, this war would have been well over by now.
That may be so, but this is a matter between gods and titans. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Bit late for that, Millie. Anyway, I've kept you for too long, but let me give you something I've been working on before I go. And these will work, I swear. You won't be disappointed. Bye for now.
Off he goes. That was careless. Lord Charon's ship. In the name of Hades. Getting warmer. My lord, is this your ship? It is remarkable. Although I fear with all the hostile vessels everywhere that it may come to harm. Or even you. Smooth sailing all the same. Transfer now. Sailing on. I grow strong. Pure gold. Into the sea with you. Gone all this way, my lord. Join me. There. From me to you. Yes, I accept this message. As for my arcana.
You made it. Hey, sailor. What a coincidence. inconvenience running into you like this so far away from home. Where are you headed? Maybe I could give you a lift.
You know perfectly well where I'm headed. And I can get there on my own, thanks.
You sure about that? Because it looks like you've been having a pretty rough night so far. And it's only going to get worse.
I don't care for your insinuations here, Eris. Speak plain or get out of my way.
Oh, I'll speak plain. You're boring, I don't like you, and you don't get to order me around. Run. Want more?
What? I don't know how.
Got so far, only to trip and fall.
I don't know. I wasn't in the area. Hmm.
No. Damn it, Eris. Dora, I was thinking, if I promise not to be so uptight, as you call it, would you promise not to move my belongings about when I'm away?
How dare you make demands of me, you insignificant fleck!
Nope, no deal. Wanna be uptight? Go ahead. Don't stop on my account.
You just want to keep messing with my stuff.
That's right.
Ready for more?
Eris outright attacked me, just as I was approaching Mount Olympus. Who gave her the adamant rail anyway? A weapon once used to slay titans, turned against the gods.
The rail has turned against the gods before. Only the Fates know its true and final purpose. But Eris has it by their own decree. Perhaps as a plaything to keep her occupied.
To keep me occupied, apparently. Makes me wonder if the Fates want Chronos stopped or not. Did you and Eris ever fight like this?
Oh yes.
Hey, babe.
Much as I tried to avoid it.
You traitor. How dare you stand against me and our cause? And of all the nerve to show your face again here. You'll be cast out for what you've done.
Sorry, babe, but I'm not going anywhere. Thank Nyx and Hecate and their unbreakable oaths. Besides, you got me all wrong.
Oh? Perhaps I merely mistook you for one of Nyx's other daughters who readily shot at me using the rail of adamant.
No, that was me all right, and I had a great time. But I take umbrage with the traitor thing. Think I made clear I wasn't on your side.
Then you serve Chronos.
Sure.
Alas.
Been meaning to try this. Should have everything here. If time cannot be stopped, then we shall see. If spill my blood I must, so mote it be.
So mote it be.
One to keep track of.
Interesting.
It is done. Epiphany. Domname Sion.
Carefully said.
Power to create. It'll be worth the wait.
Sister Selene notified me it was Eris herself who barred you from gaining the heights of Olympus. She never should have got her hands on the rail of adamant again, that wretch.
Headmistress, is there truly nothing we can do? Your oath to Nyx means Eris can come and go here as she pleases, only to try and blast me to bits when I approach my goal.
One must carefully consider the terms of binding contracts, Malinois. A mistake on my part you are paying for firsthand. And I apologize. Do bring her hell when next you meet.
Sounds good. A shipment's arrived. This one. Ash of the Dead. Eris stands against us. Just as I neared my destination on the surface, she was there. Let the adamant rail do much of the talking.
Imagine my surprise. So what to do? Can't kick her out since all children of Nyx are welcome here. Whose ever bright idea that was. Maybe give her some more second chances?
You've made your point. Ready to come out? Concentrate.
One section. Be hydrated. Would you like to start reading?
The champions. I've reached my limit. There's more to this aspect. Lim and Oros.
The things that I have seen.
Tula, you made it. There's a good gal. With me, Tula. Commencing. This is my path.
Oh, hold on, that's another weapon you got. Oh, right. The nocturnal arms and their shape-shifting tricks. Figures. You witches like changing things about us, I'm to understand.
Let's do it. for Lim and Oros. Over there. See that one, Tula? To me. I'm over. Let me help you. See you in the crossroads. I can't. It's her.
I always knew Kronos would return. Zeus kept saying I was fearful over nothing. We buried the old wretch in the depths of Tartarus after all. But he's a deathless titan. Time, it seems, slipped through our fingers.
A root stalker. Couldn't do it. Enough.
Return for now to more familiar depths, I see. Well, don't feel bad. The surface world is not for everyone. Although the risen dead increasingly pretend it is for them.
Surging on.
A brief respite awaits.
That's good. Can't do it. Olympus, I accept this message.
There you are.
Artemis.
Look at you.
Damn it.
Hail, sister. You probably know Ares has been buzzing around Olympus recently. One good lightning bolt from Father Zeus would normally take care of that, but he's been occupied.
One good lightning bolt, how about one good arrow? We'd be saved a lot of trouble if Eris were to be plucked from the sky one of these nights.
I'd gladly volunteer, it's just that Father has everything well under control. Says I'm needed way out here instead. But if I do spot the wings of strife, they're going down. There. See you.
We showed them, Tula. I draw you down, O moon. Lend me your light.
Black-winged Eris has become an obstacle. She sometimes flies across my path, thus startling my steeds. I am the Eye of Night, yet cannot see much worth in her at all. The choice is yours. Total eclipse. My light is yours. A small discovery.
Lord Charon?
You both are over there. He's one of my best customers, you know. Shows up reliably, knows how to keep his mouth shut. All business, no nonsense.
Sure, why not?
I sensed your presence. What's that you're brandishing? Ah, the nocturnal arms begin to show their myriad colors. The silver, you well know, is but one.
Each of the aspects of the arms of night represents a bearer from another time. I'm still learning the full extent of what they can do.
And I suspect you shall continue doing so. If nothing else, this ought to make things
Now the crossed blades.
Smite them.
Face all of me. Night bloom. Twilight curse. Now run, Medinoe. I'm afraid not.
It's no use. How about this?
Back off, cat.
Need to recharge.
Excellent.
You have grown strong. Although we've an eternity to hone our craft. Return to Shadow now.
Yes.
Look to my light nearby.
Join me. Be at peace. The Titan.
Returned, have you? No victories upon the surface as of yet. It appears you have two hopeless goals rather than one.
I've only one, and hope has nothing to do with it. I may not be able to stop you yet, but neither can you stop me. You've tried.
You have been more resistant than some members of your family, I admit. Well then, see where your scattered ventures to the surface or these depths shall ultimately lead.
We'll both see.
All right. What to do with tricky mail. Second Kings chapter 19, verse 1 to 37. So remember, the king was like from Assyria, sent his guys, and they're like, I am the hands from your God to so I'm the hand of judgment by your God. And then he like sticked his neck way too far out in his pride and went, and no gods can stand against me, not even yours. So what do you think is going to happen? All right, let's do this. When King Hezekiah heard this, he tore his clothes and covered himself in sackcloth. He went into Yahweh's house and sent Aklim, who was over the household, Shebna the scribe, and the senior priest, wearing sackcloth. To the prophet Isaiah, son of Amos, they said to him, Hezekiah has said this is a day of distress and rebuke and disgrace, because it is as if children have come to the point of birth, but there is no strength to give birth. Welcome, my friend. So you have caught in. So I was playing Hades 2. We also, in our lives, we know, in-person lives, that we are lost. We need wisdom. We need direction. And so we're looking at the ancient writings of the Israelites. Right now we're looking at 2 Kings. It's through a larger work called The Old Testament for Everyone by John Coldingay. And you are, joining us in a long series. So welcome, my friend. After I'm done reading, I'll be back to the Hades 2. But yeah, that's what you walked across. All right, I'm going to continue reading, and I am going to have to minimize chat to ignore, but welcome, Medellin. So pretty much in this story, you got the kings of Israel where they are not, they're doing injustice. There's been kings who have sacrificed their kids. They have not trusted Yahweh. The poor is being trampled on. But here's a king, Hezekiah, who's mostly got it. But then the king of Assyria, who is a neighbor, has pretty much threatened him and said, what God could stand against you? And Hezekiah is trying to make right. And so now here he's turning to Yahweh. What help when the army is up against him? So perhaps Yahweh your God will listen to all the words of the Rabshakeh, whom his lord, the king of Assyria, has sent to insult the living God, and will rebuke him for the words that Yahweh your God heard. And you will lift up a plea for the remains that can be found. So King Hezekiah's staff came to Isaiah, and Isaiah said to them, Yahweh has said this, don't be afraid of the words you have heard, with which the king of Assyria's boys have blasphemed me. Now I am putting a spirit in him, and he will hear a report and go back to his country, and I will make him fall by the sword in his country. The Rabshakeh went back and found the king of Assyria doing battle against Libnah, because the Rabshakeh had heard that he had moved on from Lachish. When he heard about Tarhekah, the king of Sudan, now he has come out to do battle with you. So he again sent aides to Hezekiah, saying, you are to say this to Hezekiah, king of Judah. Your God on whom you are relying should not deceive you, saying, Jerusalem will not be given into the hand of the king of Assyria. Now you have heard what the kings of Assyria have done to all the countries, devoting them. And are you going to be rescued? Hezekiah took the letter from the hand of the aides and read it out, and went up to Yahweh's house. Hezekiah spread it out before Yahweh. Hezekiah pleaded before Yahweh and said, Yahweh, God of Israel, who sits enthroned over the cherubs, you are God, you alone, for all the kingdoms of the earth. You made the heavens and the earth. Yahweh, bend your ear and listen. Yahweh, open your eyes and look. Listen to the words of Sennacherib, that he has sent to insult the living God. Yahweh, the kings of Assyria really have put to the sword the nations and their countries. But now, Yahweh our God, do deliver us from his hands, so that all the kingdoms of the earth may acknowledge that you, Yahweh, our God, you alone. Then Isaiah son of Amos sent to Hezekiah, saying, Yahweh the God of Israel has said this, I have listened to the plea you have made to me concerning Sennacherib, the king of Assyria. And then verses 21 to 37 detail God's word of judgment concerning the king of Assyria and its fulfillment. So Yahweh is like, he does some sort of trickiness to him where he has to run back. And then he sends a word back to the king of Judah going, even though I'm going away, I will get you. And then Yahweh's like, gosh, dude, shut up. He's pretty much, he tells the king of Judah he's going to die. All right, so now if you're still with me, this is a commentary. So we just read the Bible, and a commentary helps us understand what the hell we just read. So, yeah, you ready, my friend? Okay. I used to be, and this is all written, this part by John Goldingay. And he gives a lot of good testimony of his life, like when his living with a wife who had cerebral palsy, so his wife was paralyzed, and then the death of his wife. So he gives like good reflection stories on while we're trying to wrestle out the Bible. All right. I used to be the principal of a seminary in England. Being a principal is a cross between being a president and a provost in the United States. From Monday to Friday, my assistant will open the mail, but on Saturday I will do so and thus be the first person to see the tricky letters. Among them, there might be one telling me that the bishops are reducing the number of people we can admit next year. Or the university with which we are affiliated might be changing the regulations that govern degrees in a way that will be complicated to implement in the seminary. Or a local rector might be complaining about something a student has done in his parish. Or even a weird seminary in California might be wanting to offer me a job. I used then to be glad that I could do what Hezekiah does in the story. I don't think I ever literally stood in the middle of my office and held up to God one of those tricky letters and said, look at this. My imagination, that's what I was doing. The beginning of 2 Kings 19 relates how Hezekiah did this metaphorically. The first time Assyrian forces made the trek up the mountains from Lachish, their leaders had stood across from the walls of the city as they besieged it and declared how impossible it was that God should preserve Jerusalem. In one sense, there's nothing new here to cause Hezekiah to tear his clothes and put on sackcloth. The city has been under siege for a while. The determination expressed by the lieutenants evidently threatens to push Hezekiah over the edge. What remains of Judah resembles the leftovers from a meal. Hezekiah reflects. Sennacherib has taken control and or destroyed most of the country. In a Western context, if a woman is about to give birth but for some reason cannot do so, the obstetrician briskly does a C-section. In a traditional society, the woman and the child die. This is the fate that threatens Jerusalem as Hezekiah sees it. It is not this alone that devastates Hezekiah, but rather the Assyrian king's slighting of God. When someone blasphemes God and you are in the vicinity, it is almost as if you need to be worried of getting caught in the crossfire or in the fall of the explosion that may follow. You'll be wise to make sure and to make clear that you dissociate yourself from the blasphemy. In addition to going into the temple standing before God, Hezekiah sends his staff to discover Isaiah's reaction to what has happened. It's actually a bit odd that 2 King doesn't make more mention of prophets such as Isaiah, Micah, Hosea, and Amos, a different person from Isaiah's father, Amos, who were active in this period, or mention later prophets such as Jeremiah, but maybe it's because they have books of their own. One reason for including these stories about Isaiah is that they are also stories about Hezekiah, one of the great heroes of 2 King, but Isaiah is integral to them. Here, the prophet's initial message to Hezekiah's staff outlines the message he gives at much greater length in the last part of the chapter. It's a nice touch that he refers to the Assyrian king's lieutenant as his boys. It's probably capable of being a more technical term then comes across in English. But nonetheless, it underlines their insignificance. God has nothing to fear of them, and therefore Judah has nothing to fear of them. The point is implied in another way by the way Isaiah introduced his message, using the phrase, Yahweh has said this, and traditional translation, thus says the Lord. A story such as this one reflects the background of that phrase. When the Assyrian king's top lieutenant delivered his ultimatum to Hezekiah's aides, he introduced it by saying, the great king, the king of Assyria, has said this. That's the standard way an aide will introduce his king's message. He is relaying something the king said to him before he set off to deliver it. Prophets who take up that form of expression are also relaying messages that a king had formulated before they set off to deliver them. And this king is a much more impressive one than the self-styled great king of Assyria. So remember how we talked about, Broheim? That kings at this time saw themselves as gods. Yeah, and so when they say, like, the son of God, like they literally, or the incarnation of God, they literally see themselves as part of the God line. Great king of Assyria. God is in a position to get the so-called great king simply to go home. God's declaration could be fulfilled by the king's hearing a true report of travel back home, or by his hearing a false rumor along those lines. A spirit could thus be a spirit of deception, or of appropriate fear, or of irrational fear. Often you don't know what the fulfillment of a prophecy will look like until it happens. What actually happens is that he hears a true report of trouble arriving from the south, and then later returns home and gets assassinated. It is a result of that armies advancing from the south that must have made it seem to Hezekiah as if the cavalry had arrived over the hill in the nick of time, as the king of Assyria is diverted from giving his attention to Jerusalem. While in principle it's easier to relate the events in 2 Kings 18 and 19 with Assyrian records, it's more complicated to fit them with Egyptian history. But in principle, the background to the chapter's reference to Tirhakah is that a dynasty from Sudan did rule Egypt in some periods of its history, so that the actions of the Sudanese general are the actions of Egypt. There is a significant irony there. Both Isaiah and the Assyrian politicians have warned Hezekiah not to rely on Egypt, yet in the end, it is actually Egypt that God uses to relieve Jerusalem of Assyrian pressure. So remember, like he said, like, look to me, I'm Assyria, don't look at Egypt. And also, your God's weak. He can't stop me. And it turns out that, and that's also the irony of judgment from Yahweh, is the things that usually I consider weak, or the things that you put so much effort on that becomes an idol, usually becomes your downfall. Once again, it shows how prophecy isn't designed to be a kind of literal forecast of how events will turn out. Usually the way prophecies fulfill is quite a surprise. It's the Assyrian king's reaction to this event that generates a letter Hezekiah takes into the temple so as to wave it before God and say, have a look at this then. It's a great model for prayer. So is the way Hezekiah actually addresses God, reaffirming truths about Yahweh's being the Lord of the whole world, including the Assyrian Empire, urging God to look and listen and deliver, leaving to God exactly what to do, and closing with the reminder that delivering Judah from Assyria contribute to the whole world's acknowledging Yahweh. All right, friend, we can start. All right, if you're still here, my friends, I am back, and I can see chat. Nope.
Come on. Don't look down. The path of stars. The sheer might of the moon.
Alright.
Pardon.
Don't mess this up.
Hear me, on my authority. Fine work as always. Going.
The act of creation is not always pristine. The residue of it you know as stardust, which retains some power over consciousness. Consider it an incentive to look upon the standing stone and undertake the trials you see there. Your choice is made.
I'm cursed.
Okay.
Too hot for you?
Okay.
Yes.
Fountain chamber.
In black and murky Oceanus past the border of the underworld, the putrid waters are purified, as if to show that there, Poseidon holds no sway.
As long as his boons still work. A lotus flower. Just a small sip. Oh no. Cheers, Chaos. Full blast. Terrifying. In the name of Hades. I wish. Be safe, Lord Charon.
Oh, look who.
That comes as no surprise to me at all. Some sea creatures are famously clingy. Barnacles, clams.
I am not a clam! You take that back. I'll make you take that back. We are Scylla and the Sirens! You can see my lessons every day. You keep coming back here. Now it's plain to see you wanna be under the sea with your favorite sirens. 'Cause you're obsessed with me. Not that I can blame you for it. I would be too if I were you. Too bad you must die now. I am gonna close your eyes and drown you dead. I am gonna close your eyes and drown you dead. You're such a mess. That little dress looks like it's from the What? There, were you aware? Looks like something died. Not that I can blame you for it. I would be too if I were you. Too bad you must die now. I am gonna close your eyes and drown you dead. I am gonna close your eyes and drown you. I am gonna close your eyes and drown you to death. I am gonna close your eyes and drown you. Clobbered by a carbon, stomped by hippocampus, and smacked by a knucklehead, and poisoned by a stalker, and burned by a smoking, and swallowed by a
Keep practicing. A pearl. out of here. It's so... ugh. Sure.
Oh. Okay. Listen, Lara just rotates the top one.
Smackers. All right, Tula. There's the bow.
Yes.
The boon from Chaos just took hold.
Oh, I should hold it.
Counter right now. It's done.
I see. That only did the middle? Huh.
I have to go now. Feels even sturdier. so loves his gold. Need to recharge. I wish. Need to recharge. Hey, it's Malinois.
Hey, it's Malinois. It's Malinois. Malinois.
It's Echo. 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 You're an Oread, aren't you? Though you're not speaking in the customary way of mountain nymphs. Some sort of curse.
Some sort of curse. Sort of curse.
See you next time.
Next time. Next time.
A path of golden petals shall guide you. Can't take this yet. blood. Be gone. In the name of Hades. My silver. I think I'm finished here.
Beyond awaits the monstrous Hound of Hell, no longer watchful of the underworld's gates, but now grown desperate to return to his grim master, wherever he resides.
Poor Cerberus. In you go. Due for another cleaning then? What's the use? Not true.
was just about to finish him too. When I got the moon boom. Man.
Oh, bad boy.
Hey. Hey, if I were you, well, come to think of it, I'd do a lot of things. Go for a jog. That seems nice. Having legs. Getting the heart rate going. A heart seems nice.
Stop it, Dora. I don't like it when you get like this.
Make something with my hands? I don't know, a cup, a bowl. I'd eat. Eating seems nice. Or even just remembering what that was like.
Take care, Dora. Welcome, Lord Charon.
Charon. You, Nemesis, even Hypnos. Who else? Eris? It seems I was one of the last to know of these crossroads among the children of Nyx. Perhaps I ought to have stayed in better contact.
Come, Lord Charon. Your brother is our guest. And even if you did all drift apart, you're here together now. Moving forward.
Wait, how did you...
Another shipment already. Moon dust now in stock. Trade you. Where are you, Headmistress? What if I try this? My choice is hereby made. My path is set. So mote it be. I'll keep this in mind. Power to create. This'll take a little while.
Fleeting is the sense of hope or joy within the crossroads, yet what little may emerge is often concentrated in the small taverna there.
No time to unwind.
About time.
Have you met Artemis out there? I suppose it may be worth repeatedly disobeying orders for the chance to see her.
What would you know of it? You really think I'm sneaking out into those woods just to fool around?
Is everything all right between the two of you, at least?
It's fine.
A moment, Goddess. Good, you're back. According to reports, Eris flew off toward the Rift of Thessaly on an intercept course with the fleet. Except I don't think that she's headed there to help. Not you, at least.
These reports aren't of much benefit to me after the fact. But at least I can confirm they're accurate. How preposterous that we cannot rid ourselves of her.
All we can do is work with what we've got. I apologize that we could not forewarn you on this one. We'll continue investigating her motives and accomplices.
I'm not convinced she has any of either. Full bloom. This one.
Behold.
Why not? The Fang. Let our bond grow strong. Noted.
Way to go with that tablet apiece, young one. Our ranks are beginning to swell with shades who may yet find great purpose in their immortal coil.
Their lives, such as they are, will only improve once my father is restored to his rightful throne.
Oh, there's no doubt of that. But first we fight.
The moon is waxing. Through Aphira. All right.
Me be first among my kin this eve to bid you a safe voyage through the dark. Not that it's going to be safe, but that's my sentiment, nevertheless.
They'll drown. What a stench.
This is for you.
Let us together shine this night, O moon.
Little star, you grow in strength and knowledge rapidly. How proud your headmistress must be that you are able to surpass her finally. Yet we know the burden that you bear. Behold. Night bloom. Observe
Together
nearby.
we shine. There. Wow. Where else can we go? That barrier's back up. Him again.
Keep letting Olympus toss you around, and someday you'll be just like me. Prepare.
There's my target. Hold still in their shades.
Out of my way. Watch it.
I can't.
Pathetic.
Aphrodite.
Weak. Your cut of the glory.
Sweetness, why, you seem entirely yourself. Upon the surface here, that is. I thought you couldn't tolerate this place, yet here you are, strutting across the war-torn land as though it's yours by right.
Olympus.
it out before. Cyclops must have caught your scent, though. He's strong, that one.
That's a ringing endorsement. Though you must be stronger still. Ever considered putting him to the test? Could save me a lot of trouble.
He's not my type. Besides, he's a spawn of the gods, just like you and me. Wouldn't be proper if we were all fighting all the time now, would it? All right, then.
The barrier's weakening. Let's see. They never learn. Can't do it. Shades, you're free. One remains. Mistakes were made. Hear me, on my authority. Right. Damn it. Imbued with greater strength. Ah. What's left of Aphira? It's no use. Out of shells. Olympus, I accept this message. Wow. The path of stars. Seleni's hidden strength. Not yet. No shells. Can't right now. In the name of Hades. Where next? This city belongs to the mortals. Out of shells. Smite them. Another night, another satyr slaughtered.
Nothing lives in the city of Ephira. And I shall keep it that way until its infestation of shambling wretches is brought to heel. Though you need not concern yourself with the details. We have someone already on the case.
Let's see how this goes. Greater strength. Time to go. Should stay out of their way. Back to nature.
I found something.
Coin for Charon. Tula, be my guest. Gotcha. I got a roach.
You have a real understanding with that boatman, haven't you? He's such a solitary soul. Rugged, tall, powerfully built.
No, it's share space now.
that you were in town. Don't even try and sneak by. What, you think you were gonna catch me napping here? Not gonna happen.
It might. If you keep blocking my path, you'll get another thrashing, and you'll be sound asleep again in no time. That what you want?
Oh, got a dilemma on my hands. I'm always sleepy, yeah. But I'm always hungry, too. Guess that makes this a can't-lose proposition.
Need to recharge.
Gonna eat you. Can't hide forever. That almost tickles. Wake up, sleepyheads. I know you're here. You scared my sheep.
Need shells.
Time for seconds. That's good. Couldn't have gone far. Shouldn't have done that.
All right.
Oh, I smell blood. Where'd you go that time?
Beaten by a cyclops, then. One of these evenings, you ought to join me out there, little one. As long as I can protect you. You know, some of these fated prophecies are rather substantial. I shudder to think what might be on a list of major prophecies.
I trust this doesn't make you feel as though your service hasn't been of value, because certainly it has. However, the prophecies listed there are indeed minor in the grand scheme of things.
The grand scheme of things. As an all-existence, the unfathomable past, a noble future. That sort of grandeur, you mean?
Yes, the fates preside over the smallest minutiae and the greatest of patterns. So don't take the idea of minor prophecies the wrong way. A small ripple can become a great wave.
Now you sound like Poseidon.
May I help you?
Such a mess. Hail, O spirits. Why are you really here, Eris? Tell me Kronos didn't put you up to this. You've made quite clear that you don't want me to succeed.
Babe, I'm almost hurt. You don't get me at all, do you? Just because I'm not rooting for you doesn't mean I'm rooting for the other guy.
Then who exactly are you rooting for, pray tell?
I'll let you puzzle that one out.
Hail to you, Witch of the
Fresh from the
Crossroad.
pot.
It gladdens me to see you, Hecate. I have observed the stalemate upon Olympus holds, although the Titan Kronos musters forces in Ephyra still. Shall I continue monitoring them?
Yes, Selene, do. Blasted Ephyra is the closest exit out of here. Do you suppose they are prepared for a single assailant to weave through their ranks?
The Titan's forces are somewhat in disarray. Thus, no, I do not think they are sufficiently prepared for one of us. But I shall watch and make certain of it. For now, I must be off.
Farewell. Together we shine.
What now? By blood and darkness, let my will be done.
Your intent was true.
I'm short on bones.
Huh.
Was it always like this? Between you and Headmistress? I used to think it was me you hated most of all.
You've always been naive, Princess. As for Hecate, I liked her better before she decided this right here was the best use of my talents.
She made that decision long ago. So you're going to resent her forever? Or are you going to do something about it?
I am doing something about it. I'm honoring my vow to Mother Nyx. Else I'd be long gone, much to your disappointment, I'm sure.
I would be very disappointed, yes. I encountered mighty Heracles on the surface, no mistaking him, though I thought he was dead. He seemed very much alive, on the outside anyway, and still in service to the gods.
The great Heracles. That's a complicated one. Part man, part god, part monster too, perhaps. The rules of death don't quite apply to him. What did he want? He give you any trouble?
He was quite brusque, told me to stay out of his way. Sounds like he has a task of his own. Maybe Olympus isn't counting on me to succeed.
Don't take it personally. You have wise relatives and ruthless ones. They may not like their odds hinging on any one individual. And do watch yourself with Heracles,
Aye.
I'm most grateful, Goddess, and expect to knock this back at the Taverna at the soonest opportunity.
No rush, just as long as you enjoy it when that opportunity presents itself. Hey, I suspect I know the answer, though I don't suppose you want to pay a visit to the springs? Clear our heads?
Oh, appreciate the invite, but I'm on guard duty right now, probably until time claims us all. And this suit takes forever to get on or off.
Come along. Our cauldron. Domnoski Traxon.
See that, sisters?
Here you'll grow strong.
You're very kind to me, Princess. I arrived at these crossroads in a desperate state. I didn't expect to be made welcome here.
And I didn't expect to meet Doom face to face, much less for him to be rather agreeable. Yet here we are. Should help me gather bones. Let's see here.
And another thing, stand up straight. Ah, the memories, young one. Your brother thusly used to favor me. And for his sake and yours, I shall accept this. Now please accept my gratitude. Hey, thanks.
You are most welcome, Commander. And hey, thanks to you in turn for your peerless insight and steadfast presence.
Your path is fraught, young one. Know that I am always here to let you vent all your anger and frustrations upon, as well as to train with.
The greatest teacher is out there. This is my path. I will not fail.
Ask any god upon Olympus whether we think you ought to join in our defense here, or take the fight to Kronos in your father's realm, and you'll get a range of views. A range of highly civil views, which we don't fight about at all.
The tides come in. I'll send you to your graves. Not a chance. I bid you shine for me again tonight.
The Cyclops Polyphemus, whom you faced, once hid within a cavern not even my silver light could reach. Now he has taken sides with Kronos. Too many rise against the gods. Now, you have it.
Chaos seeks me. Almighty Chaos? Some sort of seed.
Selene rides across the sky, and her attention she directs towards you. Perhaps she is wondering, what is the moon without night? And I suspect that she is capable in Nyx's absence.
Something's changed in me.
Think you'll take more than me? Let's see whether the fates are on your side or mine this time. Let's see how quick you are.
Just watch. Chaos curse. did you?
Ugh, that was terrible.
You must have thought you would have taken Kronos down by now. Have you even seen him? Gotten anywhere near my father's house?
Keep hitting snags along the way. The pathways down to Tartarus have changed a lot, especially once you get to the fields.
I have a sense for where we need to go. I'd suggest we proceed together, had Headmistress not strictly forbidden it.
Not happening, no matter what she says. Doing this alone. Better odds that way anyway. I'm out.
She got there first.
Bowman's good at taking messages, isn't he? Almost like taking corpses down into the underworld like he used to. Nothing to do for those these days. Except to burn.
Flame of the Hearth. Cursed. No. Back to the dock with you.
That is Zorifet the Moonstone axe, all right. Though not expected ever to lay eyes on it. Some mortals worship the Labrys, you know. Here, let's give them something to believe in.
Such strength.